Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera
up. Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
And welcome to Redshores, Charlottetown on a Saturday morning into afternoon here as we celebrate PEI Colt Stakes weekend with a doubleheader today at Redshores in Charlottetown. Welcome aboard to the HPI broadcast desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee, this afternoon. We'll get going here at 12 noon with a 12-dash card. Then we're back tonight at 6 p.m. with a 14-dash program featuring the PEI Colt Stakes and the Richard Campbell Memorial. That'll come up in race number 14 tonight. This afternoon's card is all stakes, and the PEI Colt Stakes will feature the 2-year-old fillies and colts, dashes 1 through 12 here this afternoon. It's going to be an excellent day of racing, and race number 8 is going to be a great one as well. It's the PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colts in the gold. They go for $18,600 today. Darby's Fancy on the rail for Adam Murner. Tobin's Gem is 2 for Mark Campbell. Roll with the Warden 3, Corey McPherson. Fire and Blood is 4, Mike Downey. 0 to 60 is 5 for Gilles Barriot, and Sporty Anthony 6 for Kenny Murphy. That is going to be a great race in the 8th here. The 2-year-old colts in the goal going for $18,600 on a big day here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. But before we get to that, we need the program and equipment changes. Vance Cameron, going to be a great day. Up to you for the call.
You just mentioned a big day, Peter McPhee. Well, it's the biggest day in the history of the PEI Colt Stakes. Never before have they dominated a doubleheader program here on PEI, and that's a true testament to the PEI Colt Stakes program. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program. It's event number 43 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 18 degrees Celsius the temperature. At this time in Charlottetown, the track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge, Mr. Dylan Allain. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here are today's program and equipment changes. First change will go to the first race. In race 1, number 4, Do or Die, going from a straight check bit to a Crit Davis bit, adding a line pole on the outside, and the hobbles are taken in from 57 to 55 inches. Next change will go to race number 3. In the third race, number 6, Choose Me, going from a chin chain to a birch bit, and a snaffle bit to a berry bit. Next change will go to race number 8. In the 8th race, number 6, Sporty Anthony, removing the choke plate, and from a bar bit, adding a chin chain. Turning over to race number 9. In the 9th, number 6, The Sun and Moon, adding a line pole on the outside, and also adding knee boots. Turning over to race number 10. In the 10th, number 1, We Danced Anyway. The driver today, Redmond Doucette. Redmond Doucette driving number 1, We Danced Anyway, in the 10th. Turning over to race number 11. In the 11th, number 1, Woodmere Bet You Do. From a blind bridle to a can't see back bridle, and adding an ear hood. Number 3, Saltwater Captain. The driver will be Ryan DeRoche. Ryan DeRoche driving number 3, Saltwater Captain, in today's 11th race. Turning over to race number 12. Today's finale, the afternoon finale, number 5, Tiziano. From a blind to an open bridle, adding a cheek roll on the outside. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on today's program. The Par Mutual wickets open and selling. First race post time set for high noon, 25 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
little reminder to the connections of the horses racing on this Saturday here in Charlottetown of the starting payments, and they are due 1 hour prior to the race. And if that does not happen, the horse gets scratched. So make sure you get your starting payment into the race hours 1 hour prior to the race that your horse is in, or the results are a scratch of your entry without the starting payment.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
And welcome back to the top of the park here at Charlottetown as we get set for a doubleheader Saturday here at Redshores in Charlottetown. 12 on the afternoon card here featuring the PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old pacing colts and fillies. And then tonight we're back with the PEI Colt Stakes and the Richard Campbell Memorial. 6 p.m. is the post time tonight, and the Richard Campbell Memorial will come up in race number 14 tonight. So lots of racing here in Charlottetown, and we're going to key in on race number 6 here this afternoon. It's the PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old fillies in the gold. They're going to go for $22,500, and this is a good race here this afternoon. Beach Jewels on the rail, Salzbrook Rollo, Windermere Sky, Hatchling, Serenity Now, Going for Blood, and Exhilarating. That's 1 through 7, and we're going to take a look at the 2 here, Salzbrook Rollo. She's the 2-year-old filly by Roll with Joe. And we're going to take you back to August 11th, where she was a winner. Set her mark this year of 55-2. Let's pick it up at the half.
Salzbrook Rollo, the midway point leader for Campbell. Second is Woodmere Lizzie, No Fool Tobago third. Fourth up the rail is Brookdale Shelley, 56. 3 for an opening half mile, down to 3/8 to go. And the 2-year-old filly, Salzbrook Rollo, taking them to the back stretch. Woodmere Lizzie second, No Fool Tobago third. Thinking of Eddie is picked up fourth on the outside. Up the rail fifth is Brookdale Shelley. On the outside, Wednesday is sixth. Trailing the field, that's Love Party, the 3/4 in 1:26 and 2 around the top turn for the final time. Shade more than an 8 left to go. Salzbrook Rollo turning home. Woodmere Lizzie second, No Fool Tobago third. Thinking of Eddie fourth. Deep in the stretch, Salzbrook Rollo up the inside, Woodmere Lizzie. Salzbrook Rollo doubles up Campbell. Woodmere Lizzie second. Third is No Fool Tobago. 1:55.
Yeah, that was a nice win back on August the 11th right here in Charlottetown. Now, Salzbrook Rollo, she's 6 for 6 this year and up over 28,000 in the bank. That record of 55 and 2 taken here in August. So going to put the win streak on the line here this afternoon, but also up against Windermere Sky in there. And again, Myrna's going to drive Windermere Sky today. That horse also 6 for 6 on the season, record of 55 and 3 and over 41,000 in the bank. So they're going to go head to head today in a real good race number 6 here. Can't wait to see that one here in Charlottetown this afternoon. But let's get to our I'll Pick 5 picks and selections here as we kick off the I'll Pick 5 at Red Shores on every card. And you can see I'm heading towards the rail in here with Woodmere Bullet to kick it off on a Saturday afternoon for Corey McPherson and Jamie Smith. The horse, you can see, was a winner 3 down there in a B in Charlottetown. Nice win, 58 and 1, 28 and 29 and 2 on the end of it. And since then, had some outside posts, so I just like the fact that the horse is drawing back inside here today, and Corey's going to do the driving. We'll go to Woodmere Bullet in race number 1. In race 2, going to head towards the 5, Starship Sundancer here for Campbell and Earl Watts. A winner at Northside last time out, September 6th, the Atlantic Sire Stake B. Went right down the road at Northside. Nice win, 58 and 4, 30 on the end of it. We like Starship Sundancer, the 2-year-old filly by Somewhere Fancy, in race number 2 this afternoon. In the 3rd, we're going to go to the 2, and that's Streak Antonio for Barrio and Ron Matheson, the 2-year-old gelding by Blood Money. Has 4 starts this year, but coming off a real nice victory at the Joe O'Brien Grassroots in Summerside, where left 2 and again got front, controlled it right from the get-go, and was a winner by 4 and change, 2 minutes, 28 and 4 for Streak Antonio. So we think maybe he goes back-to-back here in Charlottetown this afternoon. We'll go to Streak Antonio in the 3rd. In the 4th, we're going to go to the 5, and that's Magnificent Rose here for Kenny Murphy and Joe Baxter this afternoon. This filly by Tobago Cays put together a pretty nice season. 4 starts, 2 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd, approaching 10,000 in the bank. The record's 58 and 1 in Charlottetown, and that came back on Old Home Week. Atlantic Sire Stake B, a winner there, 58 and 1, 29 and 4. And to round it out in the 5th, we're going to go to Cattle Call for the Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek. Ronnie Matheson trains, Gilles Barrio drives. Cattle Call was a winner last Saturday, and that non-winners of 1 again was sent right down the road. Won by 3 and change in 57. Closed it out in 28 and 2. So it has some work to do from post 7, but maybe goes back-to-back here in Charlottetown off that nice win last time out. We'll go to Cattle Call to round out our I'll Pick 5. So I'm at 1, 5, 2, 5, and 7. Classifier next door going 2, 5, 2, 5, and 7. 10 minutes away from race number 1 this afternoon at Red Shores.
First race entering the track on post parade, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old, facing colts and geldings. Grassroots division, Woodmere Bullet won over the stable Woodmere Bullet of Brunswick, Ohio, trained by Jamie Smith. Corey McPherson drives. Ocean View Lou number 2, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford. Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown. Tommy does the training. Brody McPhee drives. What's It To You number 3 is owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook. Paul Langelop. Do or Die number 4, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville, trained by Willie McKay. Gilles Barrio. Duns and Sticks number 5, owned by Atlantic Harness Racing, and Noah Oakes of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Norris Rogers. O Positive 6, Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville, owns and trains. Miles Sr. drives. Starship Sharky number 7, owned by Claude Poirier from Havre-Almaison, Quebec, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. 4 minutes to post time. Welcome to Doubleheader Saturday at Red Shores, Charlottetown, as we feature the 2-year-old pacing fillies and colts this afternoon. Peter McPhee is coming up next from the HBI broadcast desk.
Yeah, great to be with you here this afternoon, Vance. As like you said, we have 12 this afternoon. They're all stakes all the time, and then 14 more dashes tonight here in Charlottetown. So a great day of racing on the island. Then we'll kick it off with the Isle Pick 5. You can pick the winner of the 5 races in a row, starting, of course, in race number 1. We have the low 15% takeout and the guaranteed pool of $2,000. Okay, 3 to go here before race number 1 this afternoon. Daily Double Exactor, the 20-cent Super, the Try, the guaranteed 20-cent Pick 5 is here as well. Win, place, and show. If you're on track, take your ticket. Wild Horses jackpot, $25. This is Woodmere Bullet for the stable. And Woodmere Bullet of Brunswick, Ohio. Jamie Smith trains. Corey McPherson drives the 2-year-old gelding by Militias. And if you slide down the lines on August 14th, and the Bees left 5 first up was a winner for Corey, 58-1, 29-2. Has since come back to race a couple of times. Joe Bryan Grassroots, Summerside left 5, finished third, 2-1-1, 28-4 to close it out. And then back to Charlottetown, last time out, left 6, had a little traffic trouble, ended up 7th, 2 minutes 3/5, 30-1. So the good news is, moves from post 6 to the rail here today. Corey to drive Woodmere Bullet, 2-1. Here is the 2. It's Ocean View Lou this afternoon for Ian Smith and Tom Weatherby. Co-owners, Tom trains. Brody McPhee is the regular pilot. And yeah, if you go down the lines, you can see Summerside, July 16th. PEI Colt in the Grassroots left 5, and Brody was aggressive off the wings with Ocean View Lou, and they went right down the road and scored in 59 flat, 29-3. Nice win on the 16th. Since then has raced 3 times, 2 back. Charlottetown, the Atlantic Sire Stakes here during Old Home Week, was on the outside, middle part of the mile, ended up 4th. 59-1, the charted trip for Ocean View Lou, and then back to Summerside, Joe Bryan Grassroots. Brody again was aggressive, a little tussle early, got front, cut it most of the way, and was just collared at the very end. St. Patrick's Mourns got up to win, but Ocean View Lou was good, second by a neck, 2-1-1, 30-1 on the end of it. So great post to work from here today. Yeah, taking some money here now. Ocean View Lou and Brody McPhee, 4-5. There is the 7, Starship Sharky for Claude Poirier. Earl Watts trains, Mark Campbell drives, 2-year-old gelding by Somewhere Fancy, and he's put together a pretty nice start to his career. He has the 3 starts, a second-place finish, and a couple of thirds. Summerside on the 16th, beat Colt in the Grassroots, third, beaten 3/4 of a length, raced well. 2-2, the charted trip back to Charlottetown during Old Home Week, third there again, 58-3, 29-3. And then to Summerside as part of the O'Brien Grassroots. And again, thought he raced well. Left 5, tracked all the way from the 2-hole. And a good second to Disco Bay, 2 minutes 3/5, 29-3. So like I said, off to a good start. There's a tough post here today, but we like him for part of the top 3. Starship, Sharky, and Campbell, 8-5. Okay, getting set for race number 1 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, big day, 26 dashes in Charlottetown. Up to you for the call.
All PEI Colt Stakes highlighted here in the first of a doubleheader. Woodmere Bullet, Ocean View Lou, What's It To You, Do or Die, Dunsand Sticks, Oh Positive, Starship, Sharky, Canada's oldest stakes program is the PEI Colt Stakes. Its first race post time. Off and pacing, the first one out, Ocean View Lou, along the rail, Woodmere Bullet coming from the outside, Starship Sharky now third, to get away fourth, What's It To You, Oh Positive fifth, Do or Die is sixth, off stride went Dunsand Sticks, up the backstretch they go to the quarter, and here is Ocean View Lou for Brody McPhee to take the lead. Second is Woodmere Bullet, dropping in third, that is Starship Sharky. Fourth up the rail is What's It To Ya, Oh Positive fifth, Do or Die is sixth. In the backfield, Dunsand Sticks by the quarter mile in 29 and 2. It's Ocean View Lou and Brody McPhee out in front. Two-hole ride, Woodmere Bullet, Starship Sharky around the turn third. Fourth, What's It To Ya? Oh Positive has fifth. That's Do or Die sixth. And the trailer, Dunsand Sticks. They arrive at the half mile next, and Ocean View Lou gets them halfway home in the opener. Second, that's Woodmere Bullet. Starship Sharky continues third. What's It To Ya fourth with Oh Positive fifth. Then Do or Die sixth, and the trailer, Dunsand Sticks, 59. And 1 was the half. They arrive at 5/8, led by Ocean View Lou. Here comes Starship Sharky now on the outside second. Woodmere Bullet on the cones third. What's It To Ya goes fourth. Racing fifth is Oh Positive. Do or Die sixth. Dunsand Sticks 7, the 3/4 in the books. Ocean View Lou arrived there in 1:29 and 3 from the outside. Starship Sharky grinding away first stop. Third is Woodmere Bullet. On the outside, fourth, What's It To Ya? They're homeward bound now. Ocean View Lou looking to see it through. Second up the inside, Woodmere Bullet. What's It To Ya? Way wide on the wire. Woodmere Bullet opens this one up for Corey McPherson. Second is Ocean View Lou. Third, What's It To Ya? 1:58.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 1 this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colts on the grassroots. Nice purse today, 9,300. And the replay brought to you by Universal Media. I thought it might play out like this. Ocean View Lou likes to go to the front. Brody got him there today, 29 and 2, 59 and 1. Woodmere Bullet, though, he had the perfect pocket ride all the way around for Corey. 129 and 3, first over for Starship Sharky, who popped out of the 3-hole, followed by What's It To Ya, and down the lane they come after 129 and 3. Brody trying to hang on, but Corey had the perfect pocket ride. He's going to slip down the cones here with Woodmere Bullet, and they're going to score in 1:58 and 4, taking advantage of a perfect pocket ride and slipping down the cones late is Woodmere Bullet and McPherson to kick it off on a Saturday afternoon at Red Shores. They're back in the Crown Rush Proofing Winner Circle next.
Woodmere Bullet arrives at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle in the first race. Bay facing gelding 2 years, the son of Malicious of the Ponderosa Dam, Red Star Ashley, owned by the stable Woodmere Bullet from Brunswick, Ohio. Bred by Jonathan Mundell from Pugwash, Nova Scotia, trained by Jamie Smith. Corey McPherson will guide him to victory in a 158 and 4. Woodmere Bullet in the PEI Colt Stakes at Charlottetown with the Winner's Circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the first race. Woodmere Bullet the winner. Ocean View Lou was second. What's It To You finished third. Do or Die was fifth. Dunsand Stick 7th. O Positive was 6th. Starship Sharky finished 4th. They went 29 and 2, 59 and 1, 129 and 3, and the mile in 158 and 4. In review 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 6, 4. Woodmere Bullet 560 to win. The Exactor 1160, Triactor 2410, Superfactor 628.
Okay, working on race number 2 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon. It's part of a 12-pack here in Charlottetown. We'll get to our picks in just a moment. First of all, I need to tell you about HPI Thursdays and Saturdays in September right here in Charlottetown. HPI PEI customers and players across the country receive 10 times the points when playing Redshores Charlottetown on Thursdays and Saturdays in September. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. Okay, we'll slide in the picks here for race number 2. I do like the 5 here, Starship Sundancer for Mark Campbell and Earl Watts. 2, a Baker's Dozen, like that horse as well for Langell and John Clary. And going to put the 7 in for third, Salzbrook Carly here this afternoon for Kenny Murphy. 5-2-7 for me, classifier along the bottom at 5-2 and 4. Horses on the way for Post Parade next.
2-year-old filly Pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes for the second race parade. Nevaeh Divine, number 1, owned by Walter Deagle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd. Colin Shepherd drives. Baker's Dozen 2, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Paul Langell. Pogachar, number 3, owned by Mike Slanda and Virginia Cook of Belfast, trained by Raymond White. Jason Hughes. G is Gem, number 4, owned by Donna Wilson of Brookside, Nova Scotia, trained by Toby McDonald. Claire McDonald drives. Five is Starship Sundancer, owned by Claude Porlier, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell. Fernhill Cream, number 6, owned by Peter Smith Stratford. Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee. Salzburg Carly, number 7, is owned and trained by Joe Baxter of Spring Valley. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 minutes. 2 post time. Mark Campbell leads the way in the driver's standings at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Peter has a look at the top 5 drivers next.
You got it, Vince. Thanks very much. Like you said, yes, Mark Campbell leading the way. 92 wins here in Charlottetown as we kick off a Saturday afternoon. Gilles Barrio second. Gilles coming off a big weekend last weekend, now second in Charlottetown with 77 wins. Adam Murner is third with 55. Corey McPherson. Corey won the first one, so now he has 53. He's in fourth. And Jason Hughes is fifth with 46 wins. All chasing Mark Campbell at the top of the driver's standings in Charlottetown. And speaking of Mark, here he is on the 5, Starship Sundancer here for Claude Poirier. Earl Watts trains, and Mark's going to do the driving here. Horse was very good at Northside on the 6th there. You can see Atlantic Sire Stake B left off the rail and went right down the highway. Nice win, 58-4, 30 on the end of it. And prior to that, Summerside in the Lady Slipper Grassroots left 6, first up, third, 2-1-1, closed it out, 30-2. 2 wins from 6 starts, the record 58-4 at Northside, and up over 7,000 in earnings this year for Starship Sundancer, 3-5. Here's the 2. It's Baker's Dozen this afternoon from Michael Clary of Montague. John Clary trains, and Paul Langell will do the driving on the 2-year-old filly by Bet the Moon. And they go back August 12th in Charlottetown here as part of Old Home Week in the Atlantic Sire B. Raced really well. Left 4, a little tussle early. Paul got the horse to the front, and they were winners, going away winners, 59-2. 29-2 to close it out, and a real nice win back on August the 12th. They went to Summerside as part of the Lady Slipper Grassroots. Third there, 59-4 to Fallon on that day. And then back to race on the 4th here in Charlottetown. Left 6 first up. A good second. I'll mock the money won it. Baker's Dozen a good trip from post 6 first up second. Just beating a length. 59-2, 28-3. Much better spot to work from today. Baker's Dozen and Langell 8-5. Here is the 7, Salzburg Carly for Joe Baxter of Spring Valley. Joe does the training. Kenny Murphy gets the call on the 2-year-old filly by McWicked. And again, she's put together a pretty nice start to her career. You can see Summerside, PEI Colt in the Grassroots, July 17th, left 2, tracking all the way for a good second, 59-4, 30 on the end of it. And then in Charlottetown, back on the 12th of August, again put on the point, ended up 4th, charted 58-4. And then last time out, Summerside had to work it from post 8, finished 4th, 2 minutes and a 5th, 29-4. Back on the outside for Salzburg Carly, post 7 this afternoon. Kenny Murphy drives 12-1. Okay, getting close here in race number 2. Special shout out, birthday today to Sherry Dixon. Sherry, happy birthday to you from all of us here at Red Shores as we get set for race number 2 as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Nevaeh Divine, Baker's Dozen, Pogachar, Gia's Gem, Starship Sundancer, Fern Hill Cream, Salzbrook Carly. Second race, PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old filly Pacers, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Post-time favorites in trouble early, off stride, Starship Sundancer. And there they go, off-end pacing. Leaving out, that's Baker's Dozen on the rail, Nevaeh Divine. On the far outside, Salzbrook Carly comes up. Off stride, on the turn, Nevaeh Divine jumped it off and scattered the backfield. On the route to the quarter, Baker's Dozen inherits the lead for Paul Langell. Second is Salzbrook Carly under an inquiry in the second. Retain your tickets. Racing third, Gia's Gem. Fourth, that's Fern Hill Cream. Then in fifth, it's Pogachar. Sixth, Nevaeh Divine. And the trailer, Starship Sundancer. 29 seconds flat. Open this one up. They're strung out as they arrive at 3/8. Up front, Baker's Dozen, the leader by 2. Salzbrook Carly goes second. Out of the turn third. That's Gia's Gem. Racing fourth is Fern Hill Cream. Then in fifth, Pogachar. Nevaeh Divine is sixth. And trailing the field, Starship Sundancer. They're halfway home in straight alignment, led by Baker's Dozen in 58 and 3. Tracking second, Salzbrook Carly around the turn. Gia's Gem third. With the leaders fourth is Fern Hill Cream. Back into fifth, Pogachar. Nevaeh Divine sixth. And the trailer, that is Starship Sundancer. The 3/4, the next station. Baker's Dozen will lead them there. Second is Salzbrook Carly, continuing third. Gia's Gem fourth. That's Fern Hill Cream. Nevaeh Divine is taken fifth. Sixth is Starship Sundancer. And now the trailer, Pogachar, 128 until the 3/4, and they turn for home. Baker's Dozen widening the lead late. Salzbrook Carly second. Gia's Gem up the inside third. Baker's Dozen and Paul Langell in the PEI Colt Stakes. Salzbrook Carly held second. Third is Gia's Gem, 157 and 1. Reminder of the judges' inquiry here in the second race. Retain your tickets.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 2 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Brought to you by Universal Media. PEI Colt Stakes, the 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots. Nice purse, $11,250 today. And Starship Sundancer went on a break before the start here. And they went to the first turn, and the one made a break. And that allowed the front-stepping Baker's Dozen to get there for Langell, 29. 58 and 3. Salzbrook Carly was sitting in the 2-hole most of the way. 128 and 2. It's still Baker's Dozen. And down the stretch they come here now, and Langell sitting chilly in the bike, as I borrow a phrase from my friend Kurt Hughes. Baker's Dozen and Langell, yes, they'll score here. 157 and 1 right down the road, gate to wire here today. Salzbrook Carly in for second. Looks like Gia's Gem third. We're under an inquiry, so we'll wait for the official results. Baker's Dozen and Langell, they win the second.
Judges' inquiry involves a break at number 1, Nevaeh Divine, in the first turn. Baker's Dozen arriving at the second race winner's circle by facing Philly 2 years by Bet the Moon from the Village Jasper Dam, Jasper Avenue. A homebred of Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Paul Langell will guide her to victory. And a new pacing record today of 157 and a 1. Baker's Dozen in the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the results of the judge's inquiry. Number 1, Nevaeh Divine, made the break on her own into the first turn, causing interference to numbers 3, 4, 6, and 7. Nevaeh Divine finished 5th and will be placed 6th. Now the official results in the second. Nevaeh Divine finished 5th place 6th for interference on a break. Baker's Dozen, the race winner. Pogachar finished 6th, was placed 5th. Gia's Gem 3rd. Starship Sundancer was 7th. Fernhill Cream 4th. Salzburg Carly finished 2nd, had broken equipment. Fractions of 29, 58 and 3, 128 and 2, and the mile in 157 and 1. In review after the placings, it's 615-3742. Baker's Dozen 460 to win. The exactor 35.20, triactor 125.60, superfecta 67.80, early daily double 13.50.
Okay, working on race number 3 this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Welcome back to the HPI broadcast desk here in Charlottetown. Peter McPhee and Vance Cameron with you. We'll get to our picks here in the third. Just a moment. Want to tell you about the Richard Campbell Memorial. It's scheduled for tonight right here in Charlottetown as part of PEI Colt Stakes weekend. Richard Campbell Memorial is an Atlantic Invitational Series event. It'll go for a purse of $9,000 and it's proudly presented by the Campbell family and Reliable Motors. And we'll roll in the picks here for the third PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colts from the grassroots. The first 9,300. I do like the 2 here, Streak Antonio for Barrio. Going to put the 1 in as well, St. Patrick's Morn and Murphy, and the 4 for third. Post Braid is next.
Two-year-old facing Colton Geldings for the third race parade. St. Patrick's Morn, number 1. Alan McDonald of East Biddeford owns and trains. Kenny Murphy drives. Streak Antonio, 2, is owned by Raymond Prevost, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. Brookdale Rocky, number 3, owned by Douglas and Doug Foley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Pooker McCollum. Mark Campbell drives. Number 4, The Gambling Man, owned by John Collins, Robbie Hughes, Jean-Marc McKenzie, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5 is Woodmere LeBron, owned by Kyle Marchbank of Tyne Valley, trained by Tammy Collins, Paul Langell. Choose Me, number 6, owned by Lauren Larkin of Mount Herbert, trained and driven by Joey Pino. 5 minutes to post time. Landon Campbell is on top of the trainer standings in Charlottetown. Peter has a rundown of the top 5 trainers next.
Yeah, thanks very much, Vince. And Landon Campbell does lead the way here in Charlottetown. Landon with 40 wins on the season coming into today, so he's on top. Adam Murner is second right now. Adam with 35 wins. Jen Doyle is third with 33. Ronnie Matheson sits in fourth with 29 wins, and Ashley Gamester is fifth with 24, all chasing Landon Campbell at the top. Landon with 40 wins and leading the way on the training side in Charlottetown. Okay, working on race number 3 this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, the 2-year-old colts in the grassroots. The purse is 9,300. Exactor, the 20-cent super, the try as well, win, place, and show, and tag your ticket if you're on track. Jackpot $25. It's Streak Antonio here for Raymond Primo. And Ron Matheson trains. Gilles Barrio gets the call. Gilles was on the horse last time out. Summerside, Joe Bryan, grassroots left 2. Put on the engine. They went right down the road, won by 4 and change. 2 minutes flat, 28-4. Nice win. And prior to that, had been second a couple of times. August 2nd here in Charlottetown. Second to Bet on Level. Streak Antonio charted 58 flat. And then a B here in Charlottetown as part of Old Home Week. Left 6, finished second, 58-2, 29-4. We're thinking he'll be up hand to the action here today. Streak Antonio, 4-5. Okay, under 2 to go here before the third. And we're going to land on the 1 here, St. Patrick's Morn for Alan McDonald of Biddeford. Alan does the training, and Kenny Murphy does the driving here on the 2-year-old gelding by Malicious. And this horse has been sharp of late. A couple of starts in Summerside, one on August 19th. Left the back tier. You can see was able to sit 2 middle part of the mile, and then did come home in 29-3 to win, 2:01-1. Nice win on the 19th, and then back in Summerside again for the last start. Left 3, track most of the way, Fourth at the top of the lane, sprints home in 29-2 to get there in the end. Another nice win, 2:01-1. So back-to-back at Red Shores. Summerside makes the move to Charlottetown and gets the rail here to St. Patrick's Morn and Murphy, 8-5. Here's the 4, the Gambling Man for John Collins, Robbie Hughes, and Jean-Marc McKenzie. They all share the ownership. Ashley Gamester trains, Jason Hughes drives, and I think we've got to keep an eye on this guy. He's been up against some tough posts of late. August 14th in the B's, left 6. Raced pretty well from post 6. Got up for the victory, 2 minutes and a fifth, 30-1. And then last time out in Charlottetown here on the 30th, left 8, finished third, rallied late, kicked home in 29, and was a good third from post 8. Regret nothing, won it all, walked the line second. The Gambling Man in there for third, 2 minutes and 4 fifths. So post 4, better spot to work from here today, and Jason Hughes will drive the Gambling Man 9-2. Okay, quick look at the odds before we go here this afternoon. In the third, want you in on the action here, and to everybody watching online as we had a big day here in Charlottetown as part of the PEI Colt Stakes. 12 this afternoon, and then we're back at 6 p.m. tonight with a 14-dash program, and we'll go through the odds here for race 3, St. Patrick's Morn, 8-5 for Kenny Murphy, Streak Antonio for Barrio at 4-5, Brookdale Rocky and Campbell there at 5-1, the Gambling Man and Hughes, they're also at 5-1, then the 5, Woodmere, LeBron, and Langell at 23-1, and Choose Me and Joey Pino at 18-1. Good luck with your picks as we get close here in race number 3. Okay, getting set for race number 3 this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
2-year-old facing Colton Geldings in the third. St. Patrick's Morn, Streak Antonio, Brookdale Rocky, the Gambling Man, Woodmere LeBron, Choose Me. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing. Streak Antonio, the first one out. St. Patrick's Morn along the rail. Third one to get to the turn. The Gambling Man coming fourth on the outside is Choose Me. Away fifth, Brookdale Rocky. And then the trailer, that is Woodmere LeBron. The quarter full bound and Streak Antonio going to the lead for Barrio. Second is St. Patrick's Morn, racing from third. That's the Gambling Man. Choose Me dropped in fourth. That's Brookdale Rocky in fifth, followed by the trailer. Woodmere LeBron in sixth by the quarter, and up front Streak Antonio was there in 29 and 2. Racing from second, St. Patrick's Morn. Around the turn, the Gambling Man third. Fourth, that is Choose Me. Brookdale Rocky is tipped out from fifth, and the trailer, that is Woodmere LeBron. They arrive at the opening half mile next, led by Streak Antonio by 2. St. Patrick's Morn tracking second, the Gambling Man third, moving up fourth on the outside. Brookdale Rocky underway. Choose Me at the rail fifth, and then the trailer, Woodmere LeBron, 59 and 1 was the opening half mile. Around the paddock turn, they check in at 5/8. It's Streak Antonio continuing to lead St. Patrick's Morn. On the outside, Brookdale Rocky moving third. Fourth on the cones, the Gambling Man. Choose Me in fifth, and the trailer sixth, Woodmere LeBron. They arrive at three quarters. The unchallenged leader, Streak Antonio. St. Patrick's Morn second. On the outside, Brookdale Rocky third. Fourth, that is the Gambling Man. The three quarters in 1:29 and 1. They're turning for home now. Streak Antonio looking to take them all the way. St. Patrick's Morn is second. The Gambling Man third. Deep in the stretch. To the wire they come. Streak Antonio in line to Barrio in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second, St. Patrick's Morn. Third, that's the Gambling Man. 157-4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 3 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. It's brought to you by Universal Media, PEI Colt Stakes. 2-year-old colts on the grassroots, the first 9,300 today, and Streak Antonio was a gate-to-wire winner last time out in Summerside in the Joe O'Brien grassroots, and the tactics were the same again here today in the PEI Colt Stakes. Barrio puts Streak Antonio on the front through 29 and 2. 59 and 1. St. Patrick's Morn sat in the 2-hole all the way, and the Gambling Man was third. First over for Brookdale Rocky on the backside, 129 and 1, but Streak Antonio is gone on the front end for Barrio here today, 157 and 4. Look good doing it too. Streak Antonio and Barrio win it. Second, St. Patrick's Morn. The Gambling Man is third. Streak Antonio and Barrio back in the Crown Rust-proofing winner circle. Next.
Streak Antonio into the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 2 by Blood Money from the Big Jim Dam. Strinker Carolyn, homebred of Raymond Primo from Havre Maison, Quebec. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, and Joe Barrio put the colt on top at every call to a new record today of 157 and 4. Streak Antonio in the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the third. St. Patrick's Morn was second. Streak Antonio the winner. Brookdale Rocky 6th. The Gambling Man third. Woodmere LeBron 5th. Choose Me finished 4th. 29-2, 59-1, 129-1, and the mile 157-4. From the top, your program rates 216,354. Streak Antonio $3 to win. Exactor $6. Triactor $10.30. Superfecta $5.28.
Okay, working on race number 4 today from Redshores in Charlottetown. Peter McPhee and Vance Cameron with you here from Redshores as we'll get to our picks here in the 4th in just a moment. But need to tell you about Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend. Redshores Charlottetown proud to host the 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Friday, October 10th is the Atlantic Classic Sale at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. 11:30 a.m. is the start time. Saturday live racing at 12:30, followed by the banquet in the top of the park. Championship Sunday begins with a pancake breakfast at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, and then live racing at 12:30. Thank you to sponsors McRae's Backhoe and Trucking and the City of Charlottetown. Quick look at the picks. I'm heading towards the 5 here with the 1 and the 2, classifier 5, 6, and 4. Post parade on the way next.
Fourth race enters the track on post parade for the 2-year-old facing fillies, always in full force. Number 1, over Jamie Well and the Vernon Bridge. Mike McGuigan is the trainer driver. 2 is Terrorizer This, over Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. 3, Mysterious Ways, owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn, Jason Hughes. All Bets on Lee, number 4, owned by Corinna Coyne from Fatima, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan. 5, Magnificent Rose, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Jesse Brewer, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy driving. 6, Electrifying, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean trains and drives. Could Have Been a Lady, number 7, over Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, Wayne McRae, and Karen Williams. Paul Langell trains and drives. 2 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Super High Five comes up in race number 5 and returns in the 12th today with the industry low 15% takeout.
Okay, well, back on track here for race number 4. And again, just a reminder here for folks as well, overnight declarations for Summerside race cards, Sunday, September 21st and Tuesday, September 23rd. They need to be in by Thursday, September the 18th. Some overnight races may need to be used to fill the Sunday card, and the rest will go on Tuesday. So again, a reminder, overnight declarations for Summerside race cards, Sunday, September 21st, Tuesday, September 23rd. They need to be in by Thursday, September the 18th. Some of the overnight races may need to be used to fill the Sunday card, and the rest will go on Tuesday. Okay, here's the 5. Magnificent Rose here for Kenny Murphy and Joe Baxter. And the horses put together a nice season. 4 starts, 2 wins, a second and a third. 58-1 is the record. Approaching 10,000 in the bank. Was a winner in Summerside on the 3rd, 2 minutes, 2 fifths. Came back here in Charlottetown in the Bees on August 12th. A nice win, 58-1. And then last time had post 8. And again was second. A pretty good effort, 59-2, 29-3 from post 8. So post 5 again here today. Magnificent Rose and Murphy, 8-5. Here's the 1, always in full force here today for Mike McGuigan, who is the trainer and the driver here. B Stake, Charlottetown on the 12th, left 2, tracked all the way for 3rd, raced really well, 2 minutes, 2 fifths, 30-3, the charted trip. And then last time out B's at Northside, again, Mike was driving, left 3, track 3 most of the way, 3rd to Starship Sundancer, 59-2, 29-2. Great spot to work from here today, always in full force, now 7-2. This is the 2 Terrorizer This here for Jeff Valley. And Landon Campbell trains, Mark Campbell drives. The start 2 back on the 28th, left off the rail. 3rd to Beach Jewels, 58-4, 30-2. And then the B at Northside, left 2, again inside the whole way. 4th, 59-3, 30 seconds on the end of it. Post 2 here today for Terrorizer This and Campbell, 8-1. Okay, getting set for race number 4 this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, take it away.
Always in full force, Terrorizer this, Mysterious Ways. All bets on Lee, Magnificent Rose, Electra Flying, Could Have Been a Lady, top of the stretch. Two-year-old filly Pacers all lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Mysterious Ways leaving out, always in full force up the rail, joining them to their outside. All bets on Lee third, then Terrorizer this fourth, Electra Flying out there 3 wide fifth. 6 is Magnificent Rose, and the trailer Could Have Been a Lady, quarter full bound, always in full force for Mike McGuigan out in front. Early company coming to call, Electra Flying on the outside second. Mysterious Ways got away third, then in fourth, Terrorizer this, up the rail in fifth. All bets on Lee. 6 is Magnificent Rose, and Could Have Been a Lady on the outside 7. 28 and 3 was the opening quarter. Electra Flying and Daryl McLean, they made the lead. Racing from second, that's always in full force. Mysterious Ways in third. Terrorizer this fourth. On the outside, fifth, Magnificent Rose. 6, that's All Bets on Lee. And on the outside, seventh, that's Could Have Been a Lady. They're halfway home here in the fourth. 57 and 3. They're sitting up in here. The 2-year roll. Philly Pacers will have a new leader at 5-8. Mysterious Ways and the Blue Knight Use take over. Second, Magnificent Rose. Terrorizer this is picked up third. All bets on Lee fourth. Way wide Could Have Been a Lady. Then between horses. Always in full force. And Electra Flying. She hit the wall. Backed right through them. 3/4 and 1. 27 and 4 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Mysterious Ways by 2. Magnificent Rose is closing in now, and they're homeward bound. Mysterious Ways, Magnificent Rose on the outside. They're in deep stretch now. Here's the line. Mysterious Ways and the Blue Knight Use. Second, Magnificent Rose might have been always in full force. Third, 1:57 2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo 4, race number 4 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon, brought to you by Universum Media. It was the PA Colt Stakes. The 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots here this afternoon. 6 gets front, Electra Flying through 28 and 3 at that point, always in full force, was second. They went to the half in 57 and 3, and Mysterious Ways pops out and goes right on by. They clear along with the 2, Magnificent Rose, 1:27 and 4, and the 2 of them are going to duke it out down the lane. 3 on the inside, Mysterious Ways, 5 on the outside, Magnificent Rose. They battle right to the wire, and Mysterious Ways and Hughes along the cones. They get there in the end. 1:57 and 2. They're back in the Crown Rush Proofing winner circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late judges inquiry underway. Late judges inquiry here in the fourth race, and it does involve numbers 3 and 5. Retain your tickets. Judges inquiry underway in the fourth. Racing officials are parading number 3, Mysterious Ways, back to the winner's circle. Results of the judge's inquiry, no violations. Mysterious Ways arriving at the 4th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly, the 2-year-old of Blood Money, is off the Estrellos dam. Miss Estrellos, owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown, bred by Michael McDonald. Trained by Stephen Quinn, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes will guide her to victory and a new record of 157 and 2. Mysterious Ways in the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now, the official results from the 4th race, always in full force, 3rd. Terrorizer this 4th. Mysterious Ways, the race winner. All Bets on Lee finished 5th. Magnificent Rose was 2nd. Electra Flying finished 7th. Could Have Been a Lady 6th. They went 28 and 3, 57 and 3, 127 and 4, and the mile in 157 and 2. In review, 341. 5276. Mysterious Ways paid $10.20 to win. The exactor $32.30, triactor $102.30, and the superfecta $22.72.
Okay, working on race number 5 this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk. Peter McPhee and Vance Cameron taking you through a 12-dash card here this afternoon. We'll have 14 more tonight starting at 6 p.m., and we'll get to our picks here in the 5th in just a moment. Need to tell you about Spin to Win. It's back at Red Shores Charlottetown from now until September 30th. Rewards Club members have a chance to spin the prize wheel and win up to $1,000 in free play prizing. Seat draws take place every hour between 3 and 8 p.m. from Sunday to Thursday. And for more details and to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. Vance Cam on the way after the post parade. I like a 7-3-1, classifier 7-1-3. Post parade for the 5th is next.
Fifth race on the track for the parade is the Fred and Rennie Hughes Memorial, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Number 1, I'll Walk the Line. Over the Next Generation Stable, Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. David O'Brien drives. 2 is Galway Bay, owned by Monica Sutherland of Port Hood, Nova Scotia. Monica trains and drives. Regret Nothing 3, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Matt Burke, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. Happen for a Reason 4 is owned by Mike McGuigan, Beaton's Farm, Cardigan Head, and Ivan McPhee. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Real Fancy Pants number 5, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Chacon number 6, owned by Walter Diggle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, driven by Colin Shepherd. 7 is Cattle Call, owned by Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. 5 minutes to post time. And Peter, you and I are coming up with our selections here in race number 5, featuring the first Super High 5 on this Saturday, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I got to look at your selections just before we went on air here in the 5th, Pete, and I'm right with you. I like the 7, Cattle Call, off a big-time trip the last time around. Oh, I like the 3, Regret Nothing. Went to the 1, I'll Walk the Line. Then I closed it out with the 2, Galway Bay, and the 5, Real Fancy Pants. 7-3-1-2-5 from the booth. Peter, your choices.
Okay, let's hope we hit this try here, Vance. I'm with the 7, Cattle Call, the 3, Regret Nothing, the 1, I'll Walk the Line. A little different after that. I did go to the 5 for 4th, Real Fancy Pants, and then I put in the 6th for 5th here. That's Chacon and Colin Shepherd. So I'm at 7-3-1-5-6, Vance. Next door, 7-3-1-2-5 in the first Super High 5 at Red Shores. Okay, under a minute to go here before race number 5, Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial. We'll see the trackside presentation after the 5th here. And it's PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colts and the grassroots. $9,300 on the line here. Let's take a look at the odds. I'll walk the line for David O'Brien is 7-2. There's Galway Bay. Monica Sutherland today from post 2 at 4-1. Regret Nothing and Mark Campbell there at 6-1. Happened for a reason. Mike McGuigan at 9-2. Real Fancy Pants, that's Hughes, looking to go back-to-back at 11-1. Chicane and Colin Shepard at 13-1. And Cattle Call is the favorite on the outside for Barrio, even money. Okay, getting set for race number 5 today from Red Shores in Charlottetown as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
2-year-old facing colts and geldings. I'll walk the line. Galway Bay, Regret Nothing. Happened for a reason. Real Fancy Pants. Chicane. Cattle Call on the outside. It's the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing with a host of levers in here. I'll walk the line up the rail, the first one to the turn. Alongside Regret Nothing is second. Then third, that is Real Fancy Pants. Fourth on the far outside, Early Cattle Call. Then it's Galway Bay fifth. Sixth, Happened for a Reason. And Chicane trails seventh. Along the backstretch, I'll walk the line for David O'Brien. The lead may be short-lived. Here's Cattle Call and Burial. They'll take over, passing by the quarter mile, and they were there in 29 seconds flat, and they lead by 2. I'll walk the line is second, Regret Nothing third, fourth, Real Fancy Pants, and in fifth, that's Galway Bay, Happened for a Reason sixth, Chicane seventh, straight alignment as they arrive at the half mile, led by Cattle Call. I'll walk the line is second. Regret Nothing third. Real Fancy Pants makes his move to the outside fourth. On the outside and racing fifth is Galway Bay. Happened for a Reason has six. And the seventh one, Chicane. 58 seconds flat was the half mile. Consecutive 29-second quarters. Cattle Call is opened by 4, make it 5 on the rail. I'll walk the the line. On the outside, Real Fancy Pants third. Coming fourth between horses, happened for a reason. Racing from fifth, Galway Bay, 3 high, Chicon 6. Regret nothing, backed on through them. 3/4 in 1, 27 and 2, and it's all over now. Cattle Call, all alone in the home stretch. Real Fancy Pants on the outside. I'll walk the line towards the rail, but Cattle Call and Barrio all alone in the PEI Colt Stakes. I'll walk the line held second. Real Fancy Pants third. 156 and 1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 5 this afternoon. Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial PEI Colt Stakes. And a replay brought to you by Universal Media. Cattle Call looked good last week from post 4. He was sent to the engine all the way in 57. Wow, Gilles didn't wait long. Early here today, post 7 crosses over in a heartbeat and gets front through 29. 58 seconds for Cattle Call. And Barrio at that point, I'll walk the line, was second, and Regret Nothing third. Backside, it was separation time, 127 and 2. And they're home and cool down the lane here now. He's going to win again. Cattle Call from post 7, and Barrio making it look easy here today. 156 and 1. Cattle Call doubles up at Red Shores. He and Barrio back in the Crown Rust-proofing winner circle next.
Cattle Call in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle by facing gelding 2 by Cattle Wash from the Arts Conquest and Bolero Talia. Owned by Fred's and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek, bred by Yves Saravin from Quebec. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, and Gilles Barrio guides him to victory and a new pacing record of 156 and 1. Cattle Call for Barrio in the PEI Colt Stakes and the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results from race 5. I'll Walk the Line second, Galway Bay sixth, Regret Nothing seventh, Happened for a Reason fifth, Real Fancy Pants was third, Chacan finished fourth, Cattle Call the race winner, 29, 58, 127 and 2, and the Mild in 156 and 1. From the top, your program reads 267, 5341. Cattle Call paid $280. The Exactor $23.30. Triactor was $72, and the Super High Five at $219.80.
Okay, working on race number 6 today from Red Shores in Charlottetown. We'll get to our picks here in just a moment. First of all, going to tell you about HPI and get points in all Woodbine racing. Red Shores proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine, standardbred and thoroughbred customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. You can play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. Quick look at the picks here. I'm going 3-2-1, classifier 237. Post parade for the 6th is next.
Gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old filly Pacers on race 6 post parade. Beats Jewels number 1, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, as Gilles Barrio drives. Salzburg Rolo number 2, owned by Carl Stafford of Conception Bay, South Newfoundland, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell up. Windermere Sky 3, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Matt Burke of Stratford. Earl Watts does the conditioning. Adam Murner. Hatling number 4, owned by Michael Goldberg of Toronto, Ontario, and Shirley Signs of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell. Paul Langell catch drives. Serenity Now number 5, owned by Kurt Hughes of Alexandra, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes driving. Going for Blood number 6, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Exhilarating number 7, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean trains and drives. 5 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS Construction, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada.
Okay, 4 to go here before race number 6, and this sets up to be a real good race. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old fillies in the gold. The purse is $22,500 today, and we're going to land on the 3, Windermere Sky here for Windermere Farms and Matt Burke. They co-own Earl Watts Trains. Adam Murner drives. Horse is 6 for 6 this year, 155 and 3 the record in Charlottetown, and up over 41,000 in earnings already. The last 3, Charlottetown as part of Old Home Week Atlantic Sire Stake A's off the rail, and a gate to wire winner, 57 and 2. Went to Summerside, Lady Slipper Gold, won there, 56 and 1, 29 and 1, and then to Northside, last time at Atlantic Sire Stake A, and again similar tactics, went to the front and a winner, 57 and 2, 28 and 2. We're thinking Adam will be leaving early here and have her up near the action. Windermere Sky, 4 to 5. Here is the 2, Salzbrook Rollo for Carl Stafford of Newfoundland and Landon Campbell trains. Mark Campbell does the driving. Another filly that's having a great year. 2-year-old filly by Roll with Joe. 6 for 6 this year. 55 and 2 the record, Charlottetown. And approaching 29,000 in the bank. August 11th here. Off the rail, a nice win. 55 and 2, 29. Charlottetown again on the 21st. Again off the rail, a winner. 57 and 1. Closed it out in a good 28 and 4. And then went to Woodstock in the Milton Downey. Left 3, a winner at Woodstock, 158 and 3. Closed it out in 30. So looking to keep the win streak going. Salzbrook Rollo is 2 to 1. Here's Beach Jewels for Reg McPherson of Stratford. Kevin McLean trains. Joe Barrio, he does the driving here, and Beach Jewels was rolling along as well. The last couple have been good. August 28th, Charlottetown left 2, again put on the point and was a winner, 57, 29 and 1, and came back at Northside in the A's. And again, the similar tactics. Left hard, was able to get front and was a winner over Northside, 57 and 4, 29 and 1. So has won the last couple, gets the rail here today. Beach Jewels and Barrio, 5 to 1. Again, another reminder for folks, overnight declarations for Summerside race cards that are Sunday, September 21st and Tuesday, September 23rd. They need to be in by Thursday, September the 18th. Some overnight races may need to be used to fill the Sunday cards, and the rest will go on Tuesday. So the overnight declarations for Summerside race cards, Sunday, September 21st and Tuesday, September 23rd. They need to be in by Thursday, September 18th. Some overnight races may need to be used to fill the Sunday card. The rest will go on Tuesday. Okay, getting set for race number 6 here at Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, another nice purse on the line. Up to you for the call.
$22,500 in prize money here in the gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Beach Jewel, Salzburg Roller, Windermere Sky, Hatchling, Serenity Now, Going for Blood, Exhilarating, and Peter, it's the battle of the undefeated. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, Windermere Sky, the first one out at the rail. Beach Jewels the second. Third one to the turn, Salzburg Rollo to get away fourth. That is Hatchling. Then the fifth one, rounding the turn, Serenity Now. Going for Blood in sixth, and the trailer, that is Exhilarating in seventh. Along the backstretch they go. Windermere Sky for Adam Murner on this day, arriving at the quarter with the lead. Second is Beach Jewels, racing from third. That is Salzburg Rollo. Hatchling goes fourth. Then in fifth, Serenity Now. Going for Blood has six. And Exhilarating trails seventh. They went 28 and 4 to the opening quarter mile. They're in straight alignment as they move off the turn and race down the stretch towards half mile. That is Windermere Sky, the fraction setter. She's the undefeated Somewhere Fancy filly. Halfway home with Murder today. Racing from second, Beach Jewels. There goes another undefeated filly, Salzburg Rollo, on the move, 58 and 1.5. Hatchling is fourth. Serenity Now fifth. Going for Blood sixth. And Exhilarating the trailer seventh. They turn to the backstretch and go to three quarters. Windermere Sky along the rail. Salzburg Rollo on the outside second. Beach Jewels third. Serenity Now is picked up fourth. Hatchling at the rail fifth. Three quarters in the books. Windermere Sky has opened by 3, 127 and 2 the three quarters. Homeward bound now. Windermere Sky looking to take them all the way. Beach Jewels is second. Hatchling third. Here is Windermere Sky, the Somewhere Fancy filly. She remains perfect. Murder gets her there today. Gonna need a place picture. Serenity Now closing in on Beach Jewels. Time for the mile. Wow. 1:55 flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 6 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes 0 fillies in the gold. They went for $22,500, and Windermere Sky wanted to boss this right from the hop today, and the Murner did. 28 and 4 at that point. Beach Jewels was second. Salzburg Rollo third. 58 and 1, a first over bid from Salzburg Rollo, but Windermere Sky would not give up the lead through 127 and 2, and at full flight down the lane here now. Windermere Sky and Murner, they're going to go all the way and win 155 flat. Look great doing it as well. Serenity Now rallies in for second for Hughes, and the one, Beach Jewels, is third. No doubt about the winner, Windermere Sky and Murner. They're back in the crown. Rust-proofing winner circle next.
Peter, I was talking with Earl Watts at a function a couple of Sundays ago, and we talked about Windermere Sky, how she was a special filly. I did the track record thing, and Earl looked over and he said, you know, you don't put track records on the checks anymore, or never did, but she was just 1/5 of a second away on this PEI Colt Stakes Super Saturday, and she remains undefeated. She's perfect 7 for 7. She's in the winner's circle. Windermere Sky, Bay Pacing filly 2 by Somewhere Fancy off the Mr. Big Dam Hamac Missy, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Matt Burke of Stratford. Windermere Farms, the breeder. Earl Watts, the trainer. Adam Murner got the call today and put her on top at every call to a new record, closing it out in 27 3 for a mile in 1:55. Windermere Sky in the PEI Colt Stakes.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the champion sire, Malicious. This is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results here in race 6: Beach Jewels 3rd, Salzburg Rolo 6th, Windermere Sky the race winner, Hatchling finished 4th, Serenity Now was 2nd, Going for Blood 5th, Exhilarating finished 7th. They went 28-4, 58-1, 127-2, and the mile in 1:55. In review, it's 3-6-1, 4-2. 5-7. Windermere Sky, 370 to win. The Exactor, 2690. Triactor, 106.10. And the Superfecta, 59.99.
Okay, working on race number 7 this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Back half of the card here as we have 12 in the afternoon. And we're back at 6 p.m. tonight with another 14-dash program. PEI Colt Stakes will be back in the Richard Campbell Memorial up on race number 14 tonight. I also want to tell you about O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen. You can join us at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shores, Charlottetown, now featuring new lunch and dinner menus. Backed by popular demand, daily special and fan favorite steak sandwich, hot hamburger, and Southwest chicken wrap. Visit Redshores.ca for more information. There is the place photo for race number 6, and that's Serenity Now, storming on the end of it to get up there for second for Jason Hughes, just nipping Beach Jewels for the place spot in race number 6. Quick look at the picks here. I'm going 4, 5, and 2. Classifier 4, 2, and 7. As you can see, the horses are on the way for post parade next.
Grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old facing fillies on the 7th race post parade. Lila Berry won. Home of Little Pond Stables of Little Pond. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Tobin's Cover Girl 2 is owned by Corey Livingston and Max Seal. From Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Adam Murder. Camluck Lady 3 is owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. I'll Mock the Money, number 4, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Halmac Fancy, number 5, owned by James Trainer of Ellerslie and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training, driven by Paul Langell. Redland Rain, number 6, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Don McNeil Jr., trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. Windermere Denozy, number 7, owned and trained by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge, Corey McPherson. 3 minutes to 7th race post time. Back to Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Thanks very much, Vance. And yeah, we kicked it off on a Saturday afternoon here in Charlottetown with Woodmere Bullet getting the job done for Corey McPherson. He sat in behind the pace setter Ocean View Lou, 29 and 2, 59 and 1, 129 and 3, and you can see he's sneaking down the cones here now. That's Woodmere Bullet going to reach up for Corey McPherson and score to kick it off here on a Saturday afternoon at Red Shores, 158 and 4 for Woodmere Bullet. Ocean View Lou was second. What's it to you third? 1, 2, 3 at 24:10. Race number 2 today, and Baker's Dozen got the front for Langell and never gave it up. 29, 58 and 3, 128 and 2. And they were winners in 157 and 1. Salzburg Carly was second. GSGM was third, 274 at 125.60. And race number 3 today, Streak Antonio, was put on the point by Barrio, and they led at every call. 29 and 2, 59 and 1, 129 and 1, 157 and 4. Streak Antonio wins for Barrio. St. Patrick's Morn tracked all the way for second in the 2-hole, and the Gambling Man was third for Hughes in race number 3, the 2, 1, and 4 at $10.30. In race number 4 this afternoon, it was a good one as well. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots, Mysterious Ways and Magnificent Rose. They battled through 28 and 3, 57 and 3, and the two of them down the lane, 127 and 4 on the inside. Mysterious Ways and Hughes get there in the end, 157 and 2. Magnificent Rose raced well for second. Always in full force was third, 351, 102.30. Race number 5 this afternoon, and wow, did Cattle Call look good from post 7, clearing over in a heartbeat, and 29 seconds, 58. There was daylight on the backside, 127 and 2, separation down the lane, 156 and 1. Cattle Call for Barrio in race number 5. I'll Walk the Line rallied in for second, and Real Fancy Pants was third, 715 at $72 even. And in race number 6, we just saw it here this afternoon, Windermere Sky, the 2-year-old filly by Somewhere Fancy looked great, 28 and 4, 58 and 1, 127 and 2, and again some daylight in the stretch, 155 flat for Windermere Sky on the front end. Gate to wire here for Murner. Today, Serenity Now and rallies in for second. Beach Jewels was third, 351 at 106.10. And that was the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Also, last call for 50-50 today. See Tracy, Betty, or Heather for your tickets. And the pot is sitting at over $600 to the winner. Last call for 50-50 tickets this afternoon. Okay, getting set for race number 7 this afternoon here at Redshores in Charlottetown as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, we got the Taylors watching it out in Calgary this afternoon. They were watching Cattle Call and Chase Taylor, Vance, in Calgary. He's 16 today. We want to say happy birthday, Vance, to be 16 again. Up to you for the call.
Oh, my goodness, Peter. That's an awful long time ago. But Calgary is a great harness racing city and lots of island and Red Shores connections out there. It's the 7th, Lala Berry, Tobin's Cover Girl, Cam Luck Lady, All Mock the Money, Hamac Fancy, Redland Rain, Windermere Denazi. Post time. Off and pacing with a half a dozen levers in here. At the rail, Lila Berry, the first one to the turn. Tobin's Cover Girl is second, then racing from third. Cam Luck Lady out there on the far outside. Windermere Denazi picks up fourth. Racing from fifth, I'll Mock the Money. Then in sixth, Redland Rain and the trailer. That is Hamac Fancy. They arrive at the opening quarter. 3 wide here in the PEI Colt Stakes. Showtime at Charlottetown. And the one on the outside to take over the lead. Windermere Denazi and McPherson off a 28 and 4/4 mile. Second, that's Tobin's Cover Girl. Now third is Lila Berry. Fourth is Camelot Lady. I'll Mock the Money's all alone in fifth. Racing from sixth, Redland Rain and the trailer, Hamac Fancy. They're halfway home now. Windermere Denazi at the opening half, but picking them off here on the outside. I'll Mock the Money now to challenge the leader. Tobin's Cover Girl is third, 58 and 1 the halfway home time. Moving up fourth on the outside is Redland Rain. Lala Berry at the rail fifth. On the outside is Hamac Fancy now sixth, and at the rail seventh, Camelot Lady. Here comes the 3/4. I'll Mock the Money for Barrio takes over. Second is Tobin's Cover Girl. Redland Rain now third, moving into fourth. Hamac Fancy. On the outside, fifth is Camelot Lady. 1:28 and 3, the 3/4 around the top turn for the final time. Just an eighth of a mile out, and the leader turning home. I'll Mock the Money. Tobin's Cover Girl has a shot on the outside. Back into third, a Redland Rain. Deep stretch now. Here is the Gilberto PEI Colt Stakes driving triple. I'll Mock the Money. Second, that's Tobin's Cover Girl. Redland Rain third in 1:58.1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 7 this afternoon at Red Shores in Charlottetown. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots. And the slow-mo brought to you by Universal Media here. The 1, the 2, and the 7, they were all busting off the wings here today. They were 3 wide approaching the quarter, and Windermere Denazi did get there. Paid a bit of a price, 28 and 4, to lead it at that point over Tobin's Cover Girl and Lila Berry. I'll Mock the Money, and Barrio didn't panic early, 58 and 1. That's when Jill made the first up move here, and as they swung to the backside, did clear with I'll Mock the Money. And they were there in 1:28 and 3. They were the leaders. Tobin's Cover Girl trying to close in late, but I'll Mock the Money had the jump. And there's a winner here, 1:58 and 1 for the 4. Tobin's Cover Girl is second. Looks like Redland Rain is third. I'll Mock the Money and Barrio back in the Crown Rush Proofing winner circle next.
Here comes I'll Mock the Money to the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle. Big Facing Philly 2 by Tobago Cays. Off the Mach 3 dam, Mock the Cut. Owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Bred by Stephen Johnson of King Cora. Gilles Barrio training and driving. For Gilles, that's his third PEI Colt Stakes winner on this Saturday afternoon for the Triple. And the filly will pace to a new record of 158-1. I'll Mock the Money and the Barrio Triple in the PEI Colt Stakes with the Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results in race 7, Lila Berry 4th, Tobin's Cover Girl 2nd, Camluck Lady was 6th, I'll Mock the Money the race winner, Hamac Fancy 5th, Redland Rain was 3rd, Windermere Denazi finished 7th, they went 28-4, 58-1, 128-3, and the Mild in 158-1. In review, it's 4-2-6, 1-5. 3-7. I'll Mock the Money paid 280. The Exactor 540, Triactor 3510, and the Superfecta 1133.
Okay, working on race number 8 this afternoon. It's part of a 12-pack, and then we're back tonight at 6 p.m. with 14 more, including the PEI Colt Stakes and the Richard Campbell Memorial. We'll get to our picks here in the 8th just a moment, but want to tell you about HPI Tuesdays in September at Redshores Summerside. HPI PEI customers and players across the country receive 10 times the points when playing Redshores Summerside on Tuesdays in September. And for more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide in the picks here for race number 8. I like the 2 here, Tobin's Gem for Campbell. Put that horse on top. I do like 5 here as well, 0-60 for Barrio, and the 4, Fire and Blood for Downey. 2-5-4 for me. Classifier underneath at 2-3-1. 6 away from race number 8.
Afternoon's 8th race, a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. These are 2-year-old facing colts and geldings. Derby's Fancy 1, home of Kevin Bailey and Rebecca McKenzie and Sandra O'Donnell of Nova Scotia. Trained by Pooker McCollum, Adam Murner drives. Tobin's Gem number 2, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. Trained by George Renison, Mark Campbell. Roll with the Warden number 3, owned by Elmer Fallen and Tara Baird. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Fire and Blood number 4, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Mike Downey trains and drives. 0260 number 5, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Trained by Siphoy Melanson, Gilles Barrio. Sporting Anthony number 6, owned by Jason Bigger from Muskogee and Jason Williams up McNeil's Mills, trained by Jason Bigger. That's Kenny Murphy. 3 minutes to 8th race, post time. A special thank you going out to Northumberland Ferries. For schedules and to book online, visit Ferries.ca.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Okay, working on race number 8 this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colts in the gold. They go for $18,600 here this afternoon. This is Tobin's Gem for Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. George Renison trains, and Mark Campbell gets the call here. 2 down. Charlottetown Lennoxshire Stake A put on the engine and was a winner, 56 and 4, 28 and 1. And go down a little bit further, you see Summerside, July 16th, PEI Colt Stakes in the gold. Left 2 and was a winner for Mark Campbell as well, 59. Closed it out in 29 seconds. 5 starts this year, 3 wins, 56 and 4 is the record. It has a couple of breaks on the card, but if this guy stays pacing here this afternoon, he'll be tough from post 2. Tobin's Gem, 4 to 5. Okay, here's the 5, 0 to 60 here for the Ultimate Stable. And SFY Melanson trains. Gilles Barrio, Gilles having another nice day. He's got 3 wins on the card already this afternoon. And this is a 2-year-old gelding by Tobago Cays. But they get a pretty nice year here. 9 starts, 3 wins, a second, and 4 third-place finishes. 57 and 3, the record at Woodstock. 23,000, up over 23,000 in the bank. A winner last time out of Woodstock in the Milton Downey. Went down the road for Gilles there. Won by 5, 57 and 3, 28 and 1. If you go down a little bit further here, Charlottetown is part of Old Home Week in the A's. Left 3 and was a good third to Fire and Blood. 57 and 3, 28 and 4. So the horses put together a really nice year. Post 5 here today. I think there's some value there on 0 to 60. 9 to 5. And this is the 4, Fire and Blood here for Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John. Mike Downey trains, and Mike's going to do the driving. Great to see him over racing on the island again. And this guy, the 2-year-old colt by Blood Money, yeah, look at the stats here. 5 starts this year, 3 wins, 2 seconds, up over 18,000 in the bank, 57 and 3 in Charlottetown. Yes, the horse has put together a nice year. Woodstock NB Breeders back on the 4th of August there, a winner, 2 minutes 4 fifths. Came to Charlottetown. Lennoxshire Stake A, a win there from post 2, 57 and 3, 28 and 4, and then back in the Milt Downey in Woodstock there, a second. Capuano got up to win it. Fire and Blood second, 59 and 4. I like him for part of the ticket here today. Fire and Blood, 5 to 1. Vacating separation number 8 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Oh, and Peter, it's nice to see the boom just like that shirts are still hanging out here at Charlottetown. They're lining up. It's PEI Colts Stakes Super Saturday here at the driving park. Darby's Fancy, Tobin's Gem, Roll with the Warden, Fire and Blood, 026, Sporty Anthony. There's a half a dozen of the 2-year-olds with their noses on the gate. Gold Division, 18,600 on the line. Post time. Rough and pacing. Sporty Anthony firing from the far outside. Going with him is 0-2-60. Then up the rail and a racing from third. That's Darby's Fancy. Fourth around the turn is a Roll with the Warden. Then racing from fifth, Fire and Blood. And the trailer after a miscue. That is Tobin's Gem. And the 2-year-old facing Colts. They get strung out here in the early going. Led to the quarter by 0-2-60. And he's still Barrio. Sporty Anthony tucked away with a 2-hole ride. Darby's Fancy around the turn third. 28. 3 was the front quarter mile time. Racing fourth, Roll with the Warden with the leaders fifth. That's Fire and Blood in the backfield. Tobin's Gem, the trailer. They approach the opening half mile. On the lead, 0-2-60. Getting them halfway home in the gold. Sporty Anthony goes second, racing third. Darby's Fancy, then fourth, Roll with the Warden. Fire and Blood fifth. And the trailer, Tobin's Gem, 58 and 2 the half. They're still in straight alignment around the paddock turn. Arriving at 5/8 now. Led by 0-2-60. Sporty Anthony, the 2-hole ride. Darby's Fancy third. There goes Fire and Blood on the move in the outside fourth. And coming out in the middle now, Darby's Fancy. They arrive at 3/4 next. Here's Darby's Fancy on the outside, now the leader. 0-2-60 is second. On the outside third, Fire and Blood. Sporty Anthony at the rail fourth. 3/4 in 1. 28 and 4. And they're homeward bound. 0-2-60. Darby's Fancy. Fire and Blood. Sporty Anthony up the rail. And Roll with the Warden on the wire. Here he is. 0-2-60. Barrio's got a PEI Colt Stakes Grand Slam. Second, Darby's Fancy. Sporty Anthony third. 1:56-3. Closing quarter went 27-4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 8 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts in the gold, 18,600 on the line, and the slow-mo brought to you by Universal Media. I talked in the pre-race. This horse had a really good summary this year. 9 starts, 3 wins, a second and 4 thirds, up over 23,000 in the bank, and Jill didn't wait long. 0-60 was on the front here in a heartbeat. 28 and 3 for the 5. 58 and 2 at that point. Sporty Anthony was second. Darby's Fancy third. They went to the backside, and Darby's Fancy came out to challenge 5 late. 128 and 4. They tripped to 3/4. Barrio still has enough with 0-60. After they got front early, they hang around late to win. 1:56 and 3, 0-60, and Barrio in the Crown Rust Proofing winner circle. Next.
0260 into the 8th race winner's circle. Pay Pacing Gelding 2 by Tobago Case from the Amerifan Gigolo Dam, J.J. Mistress. Home of the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeford, New Brunswick, bred by Jamie McKinley. Trained by Sifoy Melanson. Gilles Barrios having a PEI Colt Stakes day. That's win number 4 for the Grand Slam, and the Colt paces to a new record of 156 and 3. 0260. And the Barrio Grand Slam in the PEI Colt Stakes.
Also, the Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association proud to present today's blanket. From providing group benefits to offering education support for owners, trainers, grooms, and drivers, the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association works to strengthen harness racing here at home, and we're committed to ensuring the future of the sport while celebrating the traditions that make PEI racing so special. So congratulations to the connections from all of us at the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association.
Now the official results from race 8. Darby's Fancy was second. Tobin's Gem 6th. Roll with the Warden 4th. Fire and Blood finished 5th. 0260, the race winner. Sporty Anthony was 3rd. They went 28 and 3, 58 and 2, 128 and 4, and the mile 156 and 3. From the top, your program reads 264, 513. 0260 paid 690 to win. The exactor 2790, triactor 103.30, and the superfecta 35.38.
Okay, working on race number 9 this afternoon from Red Shores and Charlottetown. We'll get to our picks here just a moment. Need to tell you about the Red Shores late pick 4. Red Shores Racing excited to offer a new pick 4 as part of our 2025 wagering menu. The late pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores Charlottetown, and Red Shores Summerside features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with a low 15% takeout as we roll in the picks here for race number 9. Diving towards the 2 here, Goose Commander for Hughes. I do like 7, Shanghai Whiskey for Campbell, and the 3, Windermere Britt for Langell. 273 for me, classifier at 6, 3, and 7. Horses on the way for Post Parade next.
Two-year-old Colt Pacers for the 9th race on parade. Number 1, Smilin' with Lou, owned by Gordy McCabe of Onslow Mountain, Nova Scotia. Pooker McCollum trains and drives. Goose Commander number 2, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Windermere Brit number 3, owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, trained by Kyle Williams, Paul Langell drives. Halmackade number 4, owned by Sean Dickerson from Teeds Mills, New Brunswick, trained by Robin Dickerson, Adam Murner. 5 is Daddy Boy, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. The Sun and Moon number 6, Joey Pino of Rustico, owns, trains, and drives. Shanghai Whiskey is 7, owned and trained by Wade Myers of Charlottetown, Mark Campbell catch drives. 5 minutes to post time. Race Day Live continues with the new HPI Bet app and how you can sign up in 3 easy steps.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Okay, working on the 9th here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colts on the grassroots this time. The purse, $9,300, and we're going to land on Goose Commander here for Donnie McRae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester trains. Jason Hughes will do the driving. 3 back Summerside PEI Colts on the grassroots. Left 3 tracked all the way. A good deuce to Ocean View Lou, 59-2, 29-3. And then here an old home week again, a B left 2. Tracked all the way, drafting all the way in the 2-hole for second behind Chacon, 59, 29, and 4. Head to post 6 last time, ended up 4th. But the good news is back inside here today for Hughes and Goose Commander, 5-2.
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets, today valued at $715. The winning number will be P242. 9293. Today's 50-50 winning number for $715, P2429293. Good luck.
Here's the 7 Shanghai Whiskey today for Wade Myers of Charlottetown. Wade does the training. Mark Campbell will do the driving on Shanghai Whiskey. And we go down the lines. You can see the horse has been battling the outside posts here. Joe O'Brien Grassroots on the 24th, 3rd from post 7, 2 minutes 3/5, 29 and 1. And then last time out, again, post 6 interfered with early, still rallied in to finish 3rd, 58-2, 29. Cattle Call 1 at the Sun and the Moon was 2nd, and Shanghai Whiskey rallied in for 3rd, charted 58-2. Post 7 here this afternoon. Campbell gets the call on Shanghai Whiskey, even money. Here's the 3. It's Windermere Brett, 4 Dads Without Abs of Fredericton. And Kyle Williams is the trainer. Paul Langell is in the bike today here. Atlantic Sire Stake B in Charlottetown on the 14th. Off the rail, rallied in for 3rd behind Chicane and Goose Commander, 59-2. And then back to Summerside. Joe O'Brien Grassroots, again, was able to get in the 2-hole and track the entire way for 3rd behind St. Patrick's Morn and Ocean View Lou. 3rd for Windermere Brett on that day, 2-1-2, closed it out in 30 seconds. So a good spot to work from here today, and Langell knows the horse well, 8-5. Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 9 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Smiling with Lou, Goose Commander, Windermere Brett, Hamake Daddy Boy, the Sun and Moon, Shanghai Whiskies on the outside. PEI Colt Stakes continue, Grassroots Division, 9th race, top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. Offside when Goose Commander. Into the turn they go. Daddy Boy going to the lead. Second, that is Windermere Brent. Then the third one, Smiling with Lou at the rail. Fourth, as they make their way over to the 8th pole, the Sun and Moon. Moving up fifth is Shanghai Whiskey. Then away 6, Hamacade. And the trailer, Goose Commander. Along the backstretch they go. Daddy Boy and Miles Heffernan Sr. by 2. Second is Smiling with Lou. Racing from third now, that is Windermere Brent. Fourth on the cones is the Sun and Moon. Shanghai Whiskey took the seat in fifth, followed by Hamacade. And the trailer, Goose Commander, 29 seconds flat was the opening quarter, and they race off the turn now for time 1 towards the half mile. Daddy Boy is out in front, racing second, Smiling with Lou. On the outside, there's Windermere Britt third, picking up the second over till fourth is Shanghai Whiskey. The Sun and Moon is tipped out from fifth, moving up 6, Goose Commander, and now the trailer, Hamacade. They were halfway home in 59 seconds flat, rounding the paddock turn for time 2. Daddy Boy, the leader at 5-8. Now the challenge comes from Windermere Brett. Third at the rail, Smiling with Lou. Shanghai Whiskey has got himself into it fourth. Moving up fifth on the outside, the Sun and Moon. Then 6 is Hamacade. Goose Commander seventh. They go by 3/4. The new leader late, Windermere Brett and Langell. Shanghai Whiskey now second. Up third on the outside, that is Smiling with Lou. The 3/4 in 1:28 and 4, and they're headed on home. Windermere Brett the leader. Shanghai Whiskey second. Smiling with Lou on the outside third. They're in deep stretch now. Windermere Brett on the line for Langell in the PEI Colt Stakes. Shanghai Whiskey was second. Third, that is Smiling with Lou. 1:58 and 1. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the odds on the infield tote board. They are incorrect.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 9 this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown. PEI Colt Stakes, the Grassroots. The purse was 9,300 here today. And Daddy Boy went off the wings hard for Heffernan and got front through 29 seconds early on. Smiling and Lou was second. Windermere Britt third at that point. They raced towards the half. And first up for Windermere Britt today through 59, followed by Shanghai Whiskey. Windermere Britt got the lead through 1:28 and 4. Going to fend off the 7 late here and get the job done for Langell. 1:58 and 1. Windermere Britt and Langell, they're back on the Crown Rust Proofing winner circle next.
Windermere Brett arriving at the Crown Rush Protection winner's circle from the ninth race. Bay facing gelding 2 by Somewhere Fancy off the Art Colony Dam, hard up Windermere. Owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton. Bred by Windermere Farms of Springvale. Trained by Carl Williams. Paul Langell has his second stakes victory on the day for the double. Colt pacing to a new race win record of 158 and a 1. Windermere Brett doubles up Langell in the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in the ninth race. Smiling with Lou finished 3rd. Goose Commander 4th. Windermere Brett the race winner. Hamac Cade finished 5th. Daddy Boy 7th. The Sun and Moon was 6th. Shanghai Whiskey 2nd. 29, 59, 128 and 4, and the mile in 158 and 1. In review 341, 57, 62. Windermere Brett paid $520, the Exactor $1270, Triactor $67.70, and the Superfecta $11.91.
Okay, 3 to go in the live presentation here as we work on race number 10 this afternoon. We'll get to the picks in just a moment here. I need to tell you about Grand in Your Hand at Red Shores Summerside. The Grand in Your Hand promotion is now underway at Red Shores Summerside on live race days in Summerside. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize of $1,000 cash on October 6th and November the 11th. There will also be weekly prizes for wagering vouchers, and for more information on the Grand in Your Hand promotion, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll roll in the picks here for the 10th. PEI Colt Stakes, the 2-year-old fillies, the gold this time for $22,500. I'm going to the rail here. We danced anyway, and there's a driver change. Red Doucette will now drive We Danced Anyway. Do like 5 Bayonetta for part of it as well. And I'm going to put the 4 in there. Salzburg, Desi, Brody McPhee today. 1, 5, and 4. Classifier likes a 1, 5, and 7. 7 away from the 10th.
The afternoon's 10th race, a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old filly Pacers. We Danced Anyway, number 1, is owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGuinness of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Walter does the training. Note the driver change to Redmond Doucette. Uptown Tonight, number 2, is owned by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Miles Jr. does the training. Miles Sr. will drive. Elm Grove Uncanny, number 3, owned by Joe Baxter of Spring Valley. And Erith Riley of Summerside. Joe does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. Salzbrook Desi, number 4, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford. And Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Trained by Lenny Myers. Brody McPhee driving. 5 is Bayonetta, owned by Daniel Goodrow, Quebec. Louis Phillip while Racing of Ontario. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. Woodmere Summer 6, owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton. Trained by Carl Williams. Paul Angel. Number 7 is Fallon, owned by Not Too Stable of Cornwall. Adam Murner trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. And Peter, you and I are coming back with our selections here in this $22,500 gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and the continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm on to the 5-entry Bayonetta. Mark Campbell has yet to see the winner's circle here on PEI Colt Stakes. Peter, and you know, that's not going to happen before the day is out, so I'm going to use him on top. Going to the 1, We Danced Anyway, now with Redmond Doucette up to drive. I'll use the 7, Fallon, for 3rd, and if you play the Super, I went to Woodmere Summer. 5, 1, 7, 6 from the booth. Peter, your choice.
Yeah, Vance, I'm going to go to the rail here. We Danced Anyway, and I know Red Doucette is doing the driving here this afternoon, and I like the horse on the rail here this afternoon, so I'm going to put her on top. Bayonetta, like you said, has been racing great, and Mark Campbell will do the driving. I'll call for 2nd, and I'm going to put the 4 in there for 3rd. Vance Salzburg Desi, who's had a real nice year, 7 for 9 in top 3. So I'm at 1, 5, and 4. Okay, getting set for race number 10 this afternoon from Redshores in Charlottetown as the horses line up behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, Vance Cameron. More money on the line here in the 10th. Up to you for the call.
Another 22,500 in this gold division. We danced anyway. Uptown tonight, Elm Grove, Uncanny, Salzburg, Desi, Bayonetta, Woodmere, Summer, and Fallon. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Off stride at the rail, we danced anyway. As they get into the turn, Bayonetta leaves out. Uptown tonight along the inside. Elm Grove Uncanny will be the third one to round the turn. To get away fourth is Salzburg Desi. Then in fifth, that's Woodmere Summer. Racing six, Fallon. And then the trailer, We Danced Anyway. They're strung out early here. On the back stretch and approaching the quarter, Bayonetta for Mark Campbell, the leader. On Uptown tonight, second. Back into third is Elm Grove Uncanny. Racing fourth, Salzburg Desi. Woodmere Summer has fifth. Then it's Fallon sixth. And in the backfield, We Danced Anyway. Opening quarter, 2-year-old Philly Pacers. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 2. An incredible opener here. Bayonetta, the leader, arriving next at the half. Racing from second, Uptown tonight, third. Elm Grove Uncanny. There goes Salzburg Desi to the outside fourth. Following out fifth is Woodmere Summer. Fallon sixth. We Danced Anyway seventh. 57 and 2 for an opening half mile. They round the turn, arriving at 5/8, led by Bayonetta. Salzburg Desi up to challenge. Uptown tonight at the rail third. Woodmere Summers got herself into it. Fourth on the outside. Racing fifth is Elm Grove Uncanny. Fallon went on the run. We Danced Anyway. They're by 3/4. Bayonetta is still there. Salzburg Desi second. Uptown tonight in the pocket third. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 4. And they're turning for home. Bayonetta the leader. Salzburg Desi second. Uptown tonight third. Elm Grove Uncanny. Woodmere Summer. Deep stretch now. Landing on the line next. Bayonetta will get there for Campbell in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second, that'll go to Uptown tonight. Salzburg Desi third. 157-4.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 10 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon, brought to you by Universum Media, PEI Colt Stakes. The goal for 2-year-old fillies, 22-5 on the line. The 1 goes on the run. That allows the 5, Bayonetta, to shoot out of there and get the lead, 27 and 2. It was hot over there for September, 57 and 2. Bayonetta still leads at that point. Salzburg Desi decides to go first for McPhee, 127 and 4. Still Bayonetta, pressure by Salzburg Desi. 2 is in the 2-hole Uptown tonight, and down the lane they come. 5 digs in late. Bayonetta gets there in the end, 157 and 4. Uptown tonight, really good today. Finishes second. Salzburg Desi raced hard as well for third. Bayonetta and Campbell in the Crown Rust Proofing winner circle next.
Bayonetta arriving at the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Philly 2 by Cattle Wash from the Real Desire Dam White Satin. owned by Daniel Goodrow, Quebec, Louis Philippe Wall Racing of Ontario, bred by Nicholas Malcolm of Milton, Ontario, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell will guide her to victory and a new pacing record of 157-4. Bayonetta in the PEI Colt Stakes. Now, the official results in race 10, We Danced Anyway, was 6. Uptown Tonight, 2nd. Elm Grove Uncanny, 4th. Salisbrook Desi, 3rd. Bayonetta was the race winner. Woodmere Summer finished 5th. Fallon was 7th. They went 27-2, 57-2, 127-4, and the mile in 157-4. In review, 624-3157. Bayonetta paid $360. Exactor $76.30. Triactor $253. And the Superfactor $119.76.
Okay, to go in the live presentation here this afternoon. We've had some great racing in the PEI Colt Stakes for the 2-year-old fillies and the Colts. It'll resume again tonight for the PEI Colt Stakes along with the Richard Campbell Memorial. That'll be in race number 14, and the post time tonight is 6 p.m. I want to tell you about the Red Shores Player Portal. Red Shores Racing proud to present the Player Portal. This page is everything you need as a player. One location, race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. You can visit the Player Portal at Redshores.ca. And we'll roll in the picks here for the 11th. I do like the 4, Den of Thieves here for Murner. The 2 as well, Mr. Harris for Campbell, and Saltwater Captain. It's Ryan DeRoche now driving on the 3, Saltwater Captain. 4-2-3 for me, 2-4-7 for the classifier. Horses on the way for race number 11.
11th race has the 2-year-old facing Colson Gelding on parade. Woodmere Bet You Do, number 1, owned by Dave Kelly of Springvale and David Kelly of Strathmore, Alberta. Dave Kelly trains and drives. Mr. Harris 2, owned by Debbie Denny of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. Saltwater Captain 3, owned by Joanne McCrae. David Myers, Gwyneth McGuirk, and Rick Adams, trained by David Myers. Note the driver change to Ryan DeRoche. Den of Thieves, number 4, owned by Krista Murphy, Herman McQuaid, and Brittany Watts. Adam Murder trains and drives. Zendaya's Quacker Jack 5, owned by Hal Smith of Pondle, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Over When It's Over, number 6, owned by Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes driving. Disco Bay, number 7, owned by Nickway Farm, St. Davis, Newfoundland, trained and driven by Paul Angel. 4 minutes to post time. Join us for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown on Thanksgiving weekend, October 10th, 11th, and 12th.
The 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown is set for Thanksgiving weekend at Red Shores Racetrack and Casino in Charlottetown. The Weekend of Champions starts with the Atlantic Classic Sale on Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Saturday features a top-notch card of racing and the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Awards Banquet and Gala in the top of the park. Join us Sunday for a special presentation of the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award before the best colts and fillies compete for championship honors. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. For a complete list of events, accommodations, and sponsors, visit Redshores.ca.
Yeah, not that far away. October 10th will be the sale. The 11th, of course, we'll have racing here in Charlottetown, along with the Banquet that night at the top of the park, and then Championship Sunday as well. We will have the racing on October the 12th. So looking forward to it. Hope you can join us on the island for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend. We're working on the 11th here. PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colts. The grassroots this time, 9,300 is the purse, and that is the 4, Den of Thieves. Probably having to get an equipment change, and we'll come back to him in just a moment. We'll go to the 2 now. This is Mr. Harris for Debbie Denny of Nova Scotia. Earl Watts trains. Mark Campbell gets the call here. Mark looking to go back-to-back. And this horse has been sharp of late. Mr. Harris, you can see nice win in Summerside there. Left 5, sat 2, rallied late, 29-4 to score at Red Shore Summerside, 2 minutes flat. And then prior to that, Charlottetown Atlantic Sire Stake B, left 7, finished 3rd, 2 minutes to 5th, the charted trip. And then in the middle there, Summerside, August 26th, 2nd to Salzburg Desi, 2-1 and 2. So Mr. Harris, good spot to work from. Campbell Drive, 7-1. Here's the 3. It's Saltwater Captain for Joanne McCrae and David Myers, Gwyneth McGuirk, Rick Adams. They all share the ownership. David does the training, and Ryan DeRoche now listed to drive on Saltwater Captain. If we go down the lines, August 2nd, left 7, put on the engine, and raced well. 2nd by a neck to 1-1. Then Atlantic Sires in Charlottetown. The A's left off the rail 6th, charted 57-3. And the last couple have been from the outside, 8 and 7 on the edges last time out after making a break, finished 5th. So the good news is moves inside here today. Post 3 for Saltwater Captain, 6-1. The 4, Den of Thieves for Krista Murphy and Herman McQuaid, Brittany Watts. They all share the ownership. Adam Murner is the trainer and the driver of the 2-year-old colt by Malicious. 2 wins from 5 starts this year, 57-2, the quickest in Charlottetown. That came back on August the 8th here, left 8 and made an early move, was able to clear up past the three quarters, went on to win by 2 and change, 57-2, 29-1 to close it out. Has since raced a couple of times, and then Exire Stake A on the 14th, fourth in a real tight finish. He was fourth, just beating three quarters of a length of Fire and Blood. And then he came back in Summerside in the Grassroots to Joe O'Brien, third to Streak Antonio, 2 minutes and 4/5. Gets the middle here today, Den of Thieves and Murner 4-5. Okay, getting set for race number 11 this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Woodmere, Bet You Do, Mr. Harris, Saltwater Captain, Den of Thieves, and Daya's Cracker Jack. Over when it's over. Disco Bay on the outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Saltwater Captain Mr. Harris and Woodmere Bet You Do leaving out from the inside. Fourth one to make the turn. That is Zendaya's Cracker Jack coming up fifth on the outside. Over one is over. Den of Thieves is sixth and Disco Bay seventh. Till the backstretch they go. And Saltwater Captain for Ryan DeRoche now clear of the lead. Second is Woodmere Bet You Do racing from third. That's Mr. Harris. Fourth along the inside, Zendaya's Cracker Jack check fourth. That's over when it's over. Then it's Zendaya's Cracker Jack. He's in fifth, followed by Den of Thieves and Disco Bay. 29-2, the opening quarter. Over to the 3/8 and leading it by 2 lengths, Saltwater Captain. Racing from second, the two-hole ride belongs to Woodmere Bet You Do. Then in third, it's Mr. Harris. Going to the outside fourth. Over when it's over underway. Den of Thieves is following him fifth. Moving up sixth on the outside is Disco Bay. Now the trailer. That's Zendaya's Cracker Jack. 1 minute and 2 for half a mile. 31 seconds, second quarter breather in here with 3/8 of a mile left to go. Saltwater Captain the leader. The challenge comes from over when it's over. Woodmere Bet You Do in the pocket. Disco Bay 3 wide and picking them up. And I mean picking them up here on the outside. Disco Bay takes over for Langell. Saltwater Captain is second. Over when it's over third. Woodmere Bet You Do fourth. Then in fifth, Den of Thieves with Mr. Harris and Zendaya's Cracker Jack 1:30 and 4 the 3/4, and they're sprinting home now, and it's all Disco Bay. Saltwater Captain second. On the wire, that's Disco Bay to double up Paul Langell. Second is Saltwater Captain. Over when it's over third, 158-3.
Okay, this is quite an effort here from Disco Bay in race number 11, PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colts in the grassroots. The first was 9,300 today. And tip your hat to Disco Bay from post 7. He gets it done and looked mighty impressive doing it. We'll take you through it here. Saltwater Captain and Darash, they want to cut it early. 29 and 2, Woodmere Bet You Do was second at that point, followed by Mr. Harris. They went to the half in a minute and 2, and the horses were coming at that point. His first up was over When It's Over. Den of Thieves was second up, and Disco Bay was third up backside, 130 and 4, and he tipped 3 wide, and he was gone. He was able to clear up separation down the lane. Disco Bay and Langell as they win here in 150. 8 and 3. Real nice effort from post 7. Disco Bay and Langell in the Crown Rush Proofing winner circle. Next.
Here comes Disco Bay to the Crown Rush Protection winner's circle from the afternoon's 11th race. Bay pacing colt 2 by Cattle Wash from the Always Be Mickey Dam, Lucy Hanover, a homebred of the Nickway Farms of St. David's, Newfoundland. Paul Langell trains and drive. Paul's second winner in the PEI Colt Stakes today for the double. Time for the mile in 158 and 3. Closing panel went 27 and 4. Disco Bay doubles up Paul Langell in the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in race 11, Woodmere Bet You Do 4th, Mr. Harris 6th, Saltwater Captain 2nd, Den of Thieves was 5th, Zendaya's Quacker Jack 7th, Over When It's Over was 3rd, Disco Bay was the race winner. 29 and 2, 1 minute 2, 130 and 4, and the mile in 158 and 3. In review, it's 462. 5731. Disco Bay paid $570 to win. The exactor was $87.50, triactor $532, and there will be a superfecta carryover to tonight's racing program.
Okay, one more to go in the live presentation here this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Peter McPhee at the HPI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron, as always, upstairs, calling all the action. We're going to work on the finale here in race number 12. And don't forget about our post times tonight as part of the doubleheader. 6 p.m. will be our first post tonight on a 14-dash program from Charlottetown. Let's tell you about the Red Shores Early Late Super High 5. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High 5 is part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program. Always with the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High 5 in Charlottetown and Summerside. And here is a quick look at the picks. I'm going to the 2, Woodmere Mahomes, Louis the Lip for second, and Tiziano for third. 215 for me, 216 for the classifier. Post parade for the afternoon finale next.
Twelfth race on parade, a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes for the 2-year-old facing colts and geldings. Louis the Lip, number 1, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. Trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee drives. Woodmere Mahomes, number 2, owned by Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Number 3 is McLovin, owned by James Farrow of Stratford. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 4 is Windermere Barkley, owned by Cole and Zach Mullins of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Zach Mullins trains and drives. Tiziano, number 5, owned by Claire McDonald, Kevin McFadgen, and Ian Tate of Nova Scotia. Claire trains and drives. Bet on Evil, number 6, owned by Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald. Mike McGuigan, trainer-driver. Capuano, number 7, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Bon Doyle, Mark Campbell. 5 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing at 6 p.m. tonight, featuring the PEI Colt Stakes and the Richard Campbell Memorial. Peter has his Super High 5 ticket to wrap up the afternoon program.
Thank you very much, Vance. And you got your Super High 5s in as well here, so let's take a look at it. We'll go with Vance first. He's at a 2, 1, 7, 3, and 5. So he likes Woodmere Mahomes on top with Louis the Lip and the 7, Capuano. Then the 3 and the 5. I'm similar. We got the same horses, just in a little different order here. I do like 2 as well, with the 1 for second. 5, Tiziano. I'm going to put that horse in for third. Capuano for fourth. And McLovin, I'll round it out for fifth here. 2, 1, 5, 7, 3 for me. Vance next door. 2, 1, 7, 3, and 5. Good luck with your Super High 5 tickets in the finale. Also, one more reminder, overnight declarations for Summerside race cards Sunday, September 21st and Tuesday, September 23rd. They need to be in by Thursday, September the 18th. Some overnight races may need to be used to fill the Sunday card, and the rest will go on Tuesday. Okay, quick look at the odds before we go here in the finale. It's the PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colts in the gold. Another great purse this afternoon, 18,600 on the line. And we'll take a look at the odds. Louis the Lip on the rail here for a Brody McPhee at 3-1. Woodmere Mahomes coming off a win. This is Barrio today, and Joe looking for win number 5, 4-5 in Woodmere Mahomes. McLovin, that's Kenny Arsenault from post 3 at 15-1. Windermere Barkley, Zach Mullins at 7-1. Tiziano for Clara McDonald at 14-1. Bet on Evil. McGuigan from post 6 at 3-1. And there's Capuano and Campbell post 7, 13-1. Last chance to bet the live in Charlottetown this afternoon. Okay, getting set for race number 12 from Redshores in Charlottetown. This afternoon, as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate in advance, we're going to close it out with a good one. Up to you for the call.
$18,600 gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes to wrap up the front half of the doubleheader here on this Saturday at Charlottetown. Louis the Lip, Woodmere Mahomes, McLovin. Windermere Barkley, Tiziano, Bet on Evil, Capuano, top of the stretch. Approaching a start, it's the Super High 5 finale post time. Rough and pacing Windermere Barkley, just like that, made the front end the rail. Louis the Lip is going to the outside. Racing from third, Woodmere Mahomes. Coming up fourth from the outside is Capuano. Off stride, Woodmere Mahomes has jumped it off. The heavy favorite went on the run early. On the backstretch, Louis the Lip for Brody McPhee will lead. Second is Windermere Barkley, now in third. That's Capuano. Back into fourth, McLovin. Racing fifth is Bet on Evil. Tiziano sixth, and on the outside seventh, Woodmere Mahomes, 29 and 3 opened it up. Midway round the top turn they go, and that's Louis the Lip, the fraction setter, by almost 2. Windermere Barkley, the long shot, goes second. Racing from third, that is Capuano. Fourth one is McLovin. Woodmere Mahomes trying to get back into it, has picked up fifth. Then Bet on Evil sixth, and the trailer Tiziano seventh. Halfway home led by Louis the Lip, and he was at the half mile in 58 and 3. Tracking second, Windermere Barkley, then racing from third, that's Capuano. McLovin around the turn fourth, Bet on Evil fifth, Woodmere Mahomes sixth, Tiziano seventh. They go to three quarters next, and Louis the Lip will get them there. Racing from second, Windermere Barkley. Capuano continues third, that is McLovin. Racing fourth, three quarters in 1:27 and 1 around the turn for the final time. Eighth of a mile out. Louis the Lip turning home. Windermere Barkley, Capuano, McLovin on the far outside. They're closing in. Deep stretch Now, Capuano, McLovin on the outside. Capuano will get there for Mark Campbell. Second, McLovin, Windermere, Barkley third, 156.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 12 this afternoon. PEI Colt Stakes, the 2-year-old Colts in the gold. The purse was 18,600 here. Woodmere Mahomes makes an early break. It allows Louis the Lip to get to the front here for Brody McPhee, 29 and 3, 58 and 3. At that point, the 4 was in the 2-hole. 7 was third at that point. They raced the backside through 127 and 1 and 7. Full of momentum down the lane here, trying to close it out. Mark with a little shoulder check on because McLovin's coming with Arsenal, but 7 in the middle. Going to reach up and score 156 and $430. $2 on the nose for Capuano and Campbell to close it out on a Saturday afternoon.
Capuano arriving at the 12th race winner's circle, facing Brown Gelding 2. He's by Better Than Cheddar off the Sportsmaster Dam, Kelly's Keepsake, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, bred by C1 AMG Stables of New Brunswick. Trained by Vaughn Doyle, Mark Campbell's second winner on the day for the double. Colt facing to a new record of 156 and 4. That's Capuano. Double up Mark Campbell in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division. Now the official results in the 12th, Louis the Lip 4th, Woodmere Mahomes 7th, McLovin finished 2nd, Windermere Barkley 3rd, Tiziano was 6th, Bet on Evil finished 5th, Capuano the race winner, 29-3, 58-3, 127-1, and the mile in 156-4. In review, it's 472, 3651. Capuano paid $32 to win. The exactor $539.20. The triactor was $955.60. The late daily double paid $46.50. And there will be a super high five carryover into tonight's program. And that'll wrap up the first half of our doubleheader Saturday. Today's Par Mutual handle $60,786. See you tonight. Opening post time 6 o'clock.